Hi, viewers. It's your girl, Narice, and I'm back with another live stream. So, I'm back. I'm back. And there's some perspectives and details I'll get into at another time. But for now, we're going to continue working on breaking out the house. So, with that said, I'm mixing the song. This time I'm actually mixing the record. Um, it is available on SoundCloud right now, the demo version, the rough vocals production version, and correspondence. Correspondence is available on SoundCloud as well, so do check that out. I appreciate the support. And if you happen to be watching on the Truman Show, you can go to your search bar and look up Narisse, Narisse, and support. If you're watching on YouTube on my actual platform, um, the links are in my description. And if you're watching on Kick, it's in my panels. So I would appreciate the support because I know it's out there. So thank you in advance. And thank you for the people who've been supporting. I appreciate that. This journey as a creative is not easy, especially when there's other things that go on in life. Um, especially when you're a multi-dimensional being on this planet and you really just want to make music and create art. Um, because you love art. I'll speak in first person because I love art. I'll speak for myself. I love art. I love to create. I love when music inspires me and empowers me and just feels good. And it doesn't even always have to be like motivational and positive. It could be something where you feel like dropping a low and twerking to. But it makes you feel good. And there's also things where it makes you where if you're feeling sad and somber about life, and there's songs that resonate with that. And then also there's songs that help you get out of that. And that's why I love to do what I do. And with that said, just as much as there's other artists who've inspired me, I've always wanted to be in a space where I can create art and inspire other people. And I know there's a lot going on in the world right now. There's a lot going on in my existence right now. But, I think even when you go through like these rough patches on the road, um, it can be intimidating and scary. But I've come through too much to like stop, you know? I've been through too much. I've overcame too much. So like continuing is the only option. And with that said, I don't want life to be so like doom and gloom and Armageddon, apocalyptic, like always fighting the fight. Like, you know, and I make that reference because I was recently watching Cat Williams' special. I think it's catalyptic. I hope I'm saying that right. And it was the comedic relief that I needed during a really rough storm, to say the least. And I'll get into more details later. But with that said, just as I'm sure he's gone through things in life and he still found ways to create and make that special, it inspires me to find ways to still create in the midst of what goes on in the world and do what I do best. And not even what I do best because I'm learning. Like I'm new to mixing. But music is what I do. Art is what I do. And I'm still learning, I'm still growing. But I don't really have time to like stay in the space of like, woe is me. Oh my God, my life is shit. I'm scared of the world. we go through rough times, and sometimes there's situations that really fucking suck to go through and be, criticized and judged for, or misunderstood in, or attacked, or whatever. Like, that sucks. Yeah. But at the same time, it's like I still have to keep going, either way. So with that said, yeah, so we're mixing and mastering, breaking out the house. Trial and error. But we keep trying until we win. With that said, so I know my old school live stream style would be um to screen record or screen share while I'm live streaming. But how my Wi-Fi is set up right now, my Wi-Fi, um, is what I would call it. Um, but how my Wi-Fi is set up, it's not strong enough to. And mind you, like I did all the research to like ensure that it would be have the bandwidth to handle the Wi-Fi that I would need to live stream and create at the same time. Or so I thought. I'm still learning. Again, like I don't know what I don't know. Okay. And I'm just doing the best that I can with what I got. Shout out to Mariah. Um, doing the best that I can with the resources that I have available to me, you know, in the midst of the state of the world. Um, but with that said, we're just gonna do the thing. We're just gonna do it. So I have the live stream set up on my phone. So you're gonna watch like over my shoulder, like you hosts probably be doing anyway. If my life were like the Truman Show. Um, but on my platform. And I'm gonna mix this beat. And I know y'all want me to like get into the nitty gritties and talk and like rant and rave about things. I'll I'll like detail that later because I feel like from my perspective, when you live through these experiences, if my life were like the Truman Show and critiquing reality TV, I can imagine people who are like on reality shows for like periods of time where you're there all day. You know what I mean? But what the public sees is like an hour edited type of thing, right? So there's probably nuanced experiences that happen throughout the day with reality TV stars. And then but the public only sees what they see. So they're probably saying, "Oh, why'd you do this like this? Why ain't this happen like this?" But it's like you didn't see the full like 23 hours of what's going on. You're getting the bits and pieces of like everything that transpired. And from my perspective, if my life were like the Truman Show, hypothetically for entertainment purposes, because we like to add a little fantasy in our live streams. If my life were like the Truman Show, I'm not behind the computer seeing what everybody else sees. I just hear I I can only assume what people know and see and have heard from, you know, my experiences. If my life were like the Truman Show, for entertainment purposes. Um yeah, but anyway, I'll get into those details later. With that said, Bring Me Out the House is what we're working on. And do support the record. The demo is on SoundCloud, and right now I'm in the process of releasing it officially. Um, and I don't know. I'm planning the rollout as we go. I'm moving out loud because that's the option that I have right now. So yeah. I'm the leader of middle school. Cause bitch, I'm too cool. Fuck all the booty y'all do. Can't tell me what to do. Fuck all the booty y'all do. Cause bitch, I'm too cool. Fuck all the booty y'all do. Cause bitch, I'm too for yearning for the life you want to facing that don't seem to judgment on you. I try to stay sane. Just for yearning for the life you want to. What part of you can go to? Cause it's so for yearning for the life you want to facing that don't seem to judgment on you. I try to stay sane. Fighting every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. What part of you can you do? Cause switch on to for yearning for the life you want to live. Facing that don't seem to judgment on you. I try to stay sane. Fighting every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. They stay out your brain. Just make sure they brain. They stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out the brain. They stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Judgment on you, I try to stay sane, fighting every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. You want to that's all that you're on you. But I'm fine. Well, hiding your pain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. The life you want to facing that don't seem to judgment on you. I try to stay sane, fighting every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. You want to that's all that you're just on you. Try to stay sane. Stay while hiding your pain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Okay. So I'm trying to figure out where the EQ is. So there we go. Sorry. I'm the leader of the school, cause you're too cool for all the rules you got to. Can't tell me what to do. Fuck all the good you ain't got to. Please get yourself going. Like you want to. Facing that toxic judgment on you. While trying to stay safe. Fighting every day. Will hide your face. Please stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Got to please get yourself going like you want to. Facing that toxic judgment on you. While trying to stay safe. Fighting every day. Will hide your face. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. So basically, just to give you all an update, um, I'm just literally like tweaking all the sounds, making sure everything sounds clean and leveled out and nothing's, out of place, which is essentially what I'm doing. I mean, honestly, they have a lot of these same features on GarageBand, but I do feel like Logic Pro, you could hear it better. So I don't know. Um, yeah, but that's essentially what this is. And the thing is, like, I'm working on just to kind of give you an idea of like my process. But I'm literally learning the process as I'm doing this. Oh, that's right. That is on here too. I forget that I literally pieced these together like section by section, literally. Like, mind you, I'm not using samples, not on this song. A lot of my production, I don't. I just recently started using samples, but I'm not using loops, no samples, no sound packs. Like, I'm literally playing all the sounds out myself, especially the drums, which y'all have seen. But yeah, this is fun because the thing is, like, for those who haven't seen my live streams before, um, so basically my process is like finding a sound and just like playing around with different sounds that's available on the DAW system that I'm using. And I usually do production on Ableton if I'm doing it with the MIDI controller. And yeah, and it's fun because like for example, this is a drum kit, but even with the drum kit sounds, I do different cadences and sounds within that kit. So this is percussion. But what was really fun about this particular record that I like pushed myself to do was make sure, even if I'm using the sound, like switching it up. So like you have the beat here, kick, kick, kick. Well, this is technically the kick hat. I think it's kick and a hi-hat. Kick, kick. Uh, 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 uh. Simple, right? I mean, but then when you play with everything. And then the drums drop and it comes back. Same cadence here. Now that I'm realizing, but I think it switches up. Maybe. Okay, no. This pretty much stays the same. It only changes until I get to the bridge. So that's also another thing too that I'm trying to keep in mind when mixing this, because like say I do like I edit the EQ for one particular level and then I get to another level and then it's like okay, there's more snare on here versus the other drum pattern like this kick. It's like a kick. What sound is that? Like a cowbell or like a mallet, and I think like a snare section probably. So I got to keep this in mind too when mixing this. But I really just want the kicks to like be felt in like a really organic way. I'm like trying to like tweak this at the same time. I'll explain. Um, okay, that's kind of as much as I love it. There's a lot of sounds in this song that I'm realizing. Like when you put it all together, it's like a cake. You know, you get all the ingredients and mix it together. But then when you like really break it down, like ingredient by ingredient, it's like it's really doing that thing. I'm like, I realize I have like color drum sections. That just on you, trying to stay safe. I feel like you really can't even hear this section like that. It's got to come up. Mhm. Out your brain, make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they I got that going. Oh, bring it back because there's another drum section somewhere. Oh, the drum section by itself is. Oh yeah. Mhm. Your brain, stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. You want to place and that's on that judgment on you. Trying to stay safe, but every day, but hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. 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 Make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out. Yeah. It's not a hit. It's AG. I mean, it is a hit. So, that's the all right. So you sound like a snake. I'm the leader of the new school. Cause bitch, I'm too cool. Fuck all the food you gotta do. Can't tell me what to do. Fuck all the food you ain't got to do. Cause bitch, I'm too cool. So many things. Yeah. What the fuck did I just do? Compression. I feel like I'm not bad. I really don't even understand what it all means. I'm the leader of middle school. Cool. Fuck all the rules you gotta do. Can't tell me what to do. Fuck all the rules you ain't gotta do. Cause bitch, I'm too cool. Yearning for the life you want to. Facing the dancing judgments on you. I try to stay sane. But if you want to, facing the dancing. Facing the dancing. And I don't send the judgment on you. I try to stay the life you want to. Facing I don't send the judgment on you. I try to stay safe. Fighting every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. If you want to, that's all. Let judgment on you. Try to stay safe. Every day, while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. If you want to, that's all. Let judgment on you. Try to stay safe. Every day, while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your never. If you want to, that's all. Let judgment on you. Try to stay safe. Every day, while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your never. If you want to, that's all. Let judgment on you. Try to stay safe. Every day, while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay up your way. Just make sure they stay out. You're never love if you want to. Facing the doubts and the judgment on you. Trying to stay safe. But every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. If you want to, facing the doubts and the judgment on you. Trying to stay safe. Like every day, while hiding out your name. If you want to, facing the doubts and the doubts, the doubts, the doubts, and the judgment. Hold on. The doubts, and the doubts, and the judgment. Facing the doubts and the judgment on you. Trying to stay safe. Every day, while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your name. If you want to, facing the doubts and the judgment on you. Facing the doubts and the judgment on you. Trying to stay safe. Every day, while hiding your pain. Just make sure they go in if you want to. Facing the taunts and the judgment on you. I'm trying to stay safe, but every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. If you want to, facing the doubts and the judgment on you. Trying to stay safe. But every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. Your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Excuse me. Make sure they stay out your brain. If you want to, facing the doubts and the judgment on you. Trying to stay safe, but every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. The judgment, facing the doubts and the judgment on you. Trying to stay safe. I think I'm gonna automation. Automation. And that's all. And that you're all you don't stay same. But in every day, hiding your face. Make sure they stay your way. Okay, see, the thing is, I want to. Okay, I think I know how to do this. There we go. Your face. Stay at your face, and that's all. Face, and that's all. Face, and that's all. Face, and that's all. That judgment on you, I'm trying to stay safe. They say every I'm drunk. They said that I said that judgment on you were trying to stay safe. Like maybe what happened your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. I'm the leader of the middle school, cause bitch I'm so cool. Fuck all the who they do. Can't tell me what to do. Fuck all the bullying y'all do. Cause bitch I'm so cool. And live the life you want to. Facing that dancing, that judgment on you. It still sounds, but it's just. Bitch, I'm so cool. Like you want to, facing that dancing, that judgment on you. I'm trying to stay safe, fighting every day. Well, hiding your pain. You want to, facing that dancing. It's that talk. It's that talk. Facing that dancing, that judgment on you. I'm trying to stay safe. Wanting, facing that dancing, that judgment on you. I'm trying to stay safe. Fighting every day, while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they. It would sound so muffled too. That's what I talk to. That's that shit. Yeah, your brain. Just make sure. Stay out your brain. Just make sure I'm like tweaking the loud parts in the songs. I mean, all of it is loud. It's gonna be loud. Shout out to J Lo's new movie. Um, I haven't seen it. I just seen a clip of it, and people. Well, I seen a post, and someone was like, her acting was on point, and it is. It usually is. Anyway, this isn't about J Lo. This is about me. Anyway, she's made her money. I got to make my money. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, um, so I'm tweaking the sections where the vocals are a bit loud, and like I always wondered about that, like as vocalists, like how people do that. I mean, in normal circumstances, people actually go to a studio with engineers and they don't have to worry about engineering as they're like recording themselves. In normal, like, or not even normal circumstances, because I guess today's age is like what is normal when it comes to like creating, like everything is always changing. But I mean, like the old school way of recording. It's like you go to a studio, somebody's engineering for you, they're punching in the vocals, and you just sing the song, and and they tweak and vocal engineer, but I am my engineer. So, and not only that, but like, because I mean, and that's not like a, I know that's not like a profound thing, because most people who record themselves, like if you have a MacBook and you're an artist, you can make your own stuff with GarageBand. You know what I mean? As long as you have like the right equipment to like record, and if you play instruments or if you make beats or whatever, however your process is, all you gotta do is hook it up to the computer, and you are the engineer as much as you are the musician and the creator of the music. But when you're like a vocalist, you know, and you sing in different ways, and there's moments where you're projecting or you're singing quietly, but specifically projecting and belting and stuff like that. Like when it comes to like, you know, I always wondered about like, what is it like to be Mariah in the studio? Because there's moments in songs where she plays with the different dynamics of her voice, and she'll do like stuff in falsetto, or she'll do things in like a whisper tone, and then she'll do things where she's belting, and then she's doing really high runs, and then she's doing the high notes, and I'm like, I can imagine the gymnastics that her engineer has to go through. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, what is that process like, girl, what kind of microphone are you using? And how do you like, because there's certain songs and verses where she'll go from a whisper and then project and then go back to a whisper, and I'm like, I can only imagine that's annoying to have to like try to like engineer that, because like how do you level that out? Like how do you set, because some people like you set the microphone a certain way because you're anticipating like, all right, this particular part of the song, there's going to be projection here. So I got to brace the microphone in my ears, and when recording while this person's performing, thinking from a perspective of an engineer. But like, that's one thing. Like if you're anticipating someone to be like projecting their vocals, and then say if they go to a moment where it's like falsetto, so their voice is like a little bit lower, then it's like, then you got to turn the mic back up, like, anyway, that's always been like a not a like a concern. Of all the things to be concerned about, that is a concern of mine. It's like, how am I going to level out these vocals? You know what I mean? Because there are certain moments where it's not like I'm not doing any like crazy vocals on this particular song. Like there's little runs and stuff like that, but like there's not like belting and like super high notes and all these things. But there's little moments where, because of how I'm doing the melody, I'm projecting more than what a majority of the line is. And you can hear the feedback on the mic. And so I'm like, how the fuck can I sing this without having to think about doing all this? You know what I mean? Like the yearning for the life you're wanting, we're facing their taunts and their judgments. Like their taunts, trying to stay sane, fighting every day. And it's not like I'm doing a lot. It's just where the note is, where the melody is. It requires me to go up a little bit more than where a majority of the the melody is. And in engineering that, I'm like, this is annoying. But like, I mean, I'm figuring it out. I'm figuring it out. I'm finding a way to like level this shit out and make it sound like not monotone, but cohesive. So it's not like out of place. And that's the one thing that I can hear when I listen back to my music where I just like record it and post it and don't really, and I do like a light little mix, but I don't really get into the nitty-gritties like this where I'm like, okay, I know this two notes here, I'm projecting more than everything else. And then you see the feedback on like the levels with the volume. And my whole thing with this mixing process is like getting it to a point where it sounds like of the same quality of what you hear on streaming platforms and radio, or just like established artists that can afford like the best engineers, and it sounds like radio ready, and it could like fit in a playlist where not only the levels are right, like because sometimes like if you don't know what the standard volume is, your song could be either too low or too loud compared to what like a Drake song, because Drake can afford the best engineers. um but I have to be the best engineer, you know? I wanna be the very best. No one ever was. Anyway, um, side note. Um, so yeah, you know, I have to think about these things. And usually I would just like upload it and whatever. And then I would hear those things, but I'm like, I don't know what to do about that. Like I don't know how to make this sound more like polished sounding. That's the word that I'm trying to get at. Like more professional and polished. And that's what I'm trying to do. That's what this process is. And part of me was just thinking like, maybe I should just push it anyway, just how it sounds. But I'm like, no, like I want the quality to be good. Like I want this to be of quality. I don't want to just skip the process. And I know like there's so many things going on in my existence on earth. And like, you know, like one side of the US is burning, the other side is like under snow. And in the midst of that, I want to help that, but bitch, I need help at the same time. Like, who's gonna help me? Who's helping me? I mean, and there is in different ways, but you know, but I say that to say, like, you know, in the midst of all of that, like, it can seem like music isn't important in times like this, but it is. I feel like music is the most important in times like this. Like I was saying before, like what I was referencing, Cat Williams special, even though that special came out like, I don't know, like almost 15 years ago, I needed that special. I did. I did because I was going through a lot. I was going through a lot. And I mean, I was going to find my way regard with or without the special, but it helped a lot. And, you know, to some people, it's just like, oh, it's just comedy. You know, to people who like shit on the arts, the toughest times is when you need the arts, especially now, because we have so many for like the last 30 years, more so like 20 years, but I'm just going to round it up and say 30. We've got these projects that are just so like convoluted and polluted with all this like low vibrational frequencies. And it's like, yeah, like you could dance along to it. Like what Andre 3000 saying in the song, he's like, y'all don't hear me, y'all just want to dance. Now there is times where dancing is necessary, and it's like, yeah, you need to dance through this time. But what are you dancing to? What's the frequency? What music are you dancing to, and how is it affecting your subconscious mind? Because that matters. That's important, even if it's your favorite artist. What frequency is their music on? You know what I mean? And how is that affecting you in a real way? And you know, and like I could do the whole like, oh, I'm playing chess, not checkers. I could put this hidden symbolisms and Easter eggs in the song. And I mean, like, in a way it is, like, it being titled "Breaking Out the House," you know? But I'm not going so, like, into depth about that because, like, when can art just be art? Like, yeah, like, the extra, like, hidden stuff is cool and it's fun when it actually serves a purpose. Um, but, can we just, like, get back to, like, making dope art that's just fun because we like the beats and we can sing the songs and make us feel good, not only just feel good in the moment, but feel good in our subconscious mind in an energetic way and, like, in our frequencies. Can we get back to that? I'm get back to this, but I gotta preach. I gotta, I gotta preach my one here. But I'm just saying, like, you know, because I mean, I know some of y'all already know, but I mean, y'all not gonna get it here in terms of me, like, logging back in. But but yeah, like, can we just get back to but I guess, like, I guess in a way, like, the music industry has always been like that, but it doesn't even have to be about the music industry. It could just be about art. Because, like, there's people who have, like, successful careers as artists and creatives and don't have to necessarily be in the industry. Like, they can book shows and have house parties and, like, host events and stuff like that and still make great art and, like, feel good and build an audience and it be organic and genuine and, like, a grassroots effort rather than like being signed to a major label and being the biggest star in the world. Because like as we can see today, like, is it really worth that? Like, look what these people got to do that to get there. You know what I mean? Like, who's trying to do all that? But like, can we just get to a point where art is art and it just feels good? It sounds good. It makes us excited about life in the world. And and I say all that to say, like, it can seem like there's other things to worry about. There's more important things to worry about in the world. But I think times like this especially is when we need art that's, doesn't have to be so fucking symbolic and all these like devious, low vibrational hidden messages and like schemes and plots. Like, can we just like have a good time? I mean, like, yes, and we could talk about those things. Like, I mean, this song, I do that, like calling out, saying "fuck the bullies, fuck the voodoo," and not the spiritual practice, and not people who practice voodoo, but I'm saying people who use it in vain, and not just like because and the thing is, and I've said that before, but I'll say it again. It's not a critique on left-handed work. It's like when you're using left-handed work in vain ways, because sometimes left hand is necessary, but there's times where it's misused, and that's what I'm calling out in this record. Because I know there's a difference between Vodou, like the spiritual practice, and then like the magical, and it's not a shade to that. So anybody that is of that spiritual tradition and that heritage and background, especially people of color, please understand that when I say this in this song. I already have enough people misconstruing my life and my actions and words and things. And I already have enough people like misunderstanding me and taking things that I say the wrong way. Please don't do that because I have the utmost respect for the spiritual tradition. And I've spent years like researching and learning through trial and error what's the right and wrong ways of like ancestor reverence and this and that. And if my life were like the Truman Show, you already seen that journey. Like you've seen the many different iterations of me trying to build an altar to honor the ancestors. So like, but that's beside the point. My thing is in this record, I'm saying like, fuck people who are bullying and who are like, being manipulative and using their manifestation magic for vain work with no justification or don't even care to like course correct when there's faults and unstable foundations in their justifications. Like it's one thing to be like, oh damn, okay, you know what, we were wrong. Let's try to fix this. Like, no, there's people who like double down on like being wrong and trying to really push that. And that's where that's discrepancies in leadership and maturity. Like it takes maturity to course correct and have self-awareness and be able to take criticism and be like, damn, we fucked that one up. All right, let's try to make this right. Let's try to make it right. And we don't really like we need to see more of that. It takes a big person to be like, you know what, yeah, this was wrong here. And even and I've done that several times. Y'all have seen that. And even in the midst of that, like been shitted on for it. I've used this example before with J. Cole and the beef, apologizing. Everybody like, oh, it's corny, it's not hip hop, this and that. And then we've seen what's transpired within the beef. And now everybody like, oh yeah, no, that was a smart move. But in real time, everybody was like clowning him for it. And I've been through that. I've been through that being like, all right, let me be the big person. Let me apologize. Let me try to right the wrong. Let me try to fix the situation, even though I don't even know what the full scope of the situation actually is. I just know people are treating me a certain way or looking at me a certain way. So let me try to do the right thing. And I do. And then upon like revelations and realizations is a better word. Upon revelations might there might be some revelation stuff going on, but upon realizing like, oh no, it's not just me. Like, no, the whole system is fucked and rigged, and people like to use you as a scapegoat. So yeah, even in this very moment, even in this very moment, I'm just gonna say this. I was gonna do another post talking about this in more depth, and I will. But what I want to say is and because I really didn't care to like get like into like the whole inauguration thing. But a beautiful takeaway was Bishop Marion Buddy, I think is how you pronounce her last name, and her plea to the Republicans. And the thing is, you know, there's a lot of ways that you could talk about it, from like her approach, where she was saying the reaction of the people in the audience, Trump and his administration's reaction, stuff like that. People like, look at the reaction. Yeah. But like, no, like the issue with Trump is that he's not mature enough to hear perspectives that doesn't align with what he believes or what he thinks is right. Because it to be a leader, if you want to be the leader of the free world or the free land of the free, home of the brave, it takes someone with enough maturity to be like, you know what? I don't agree with what you're saying, but you're not saying this with malice. And she wasn't. What she said wasn't from a space of attacking him. She wasn't, you know, tearing him down. She wasn't, you know, doing none of that. She said it with love. She said it with love. And it was an honest critique. And it was a message to say, have mercy and compassion. Even if you don't like the people that she brought up, like people within the LGBTQ community or immigrants who he happens to be married to, respectfully, like comprehension, like take a moment, like, yeah, she was checking them. She was checking them, but she was checking them with love. And I seen a post earlier today of Tupac challenging other celebrities. I forget when I don't know when it was, but he was being interviewed and he was calling out a bunch of people. He was like, I'm calling out Eddie Murphy, Michael Jackson, Janet Jackson, um, Arsenio Hall, this and that, all these people in these positions of power, like black people or who helped you get there. What are y'all doing for the community? Now, I could push back on that and say, like, Michael Jackson has definitely done things to give back to the community, and Janet, and I say that because I'm a genuine fan. But and he said in that conversation, yeah, I'm checking them, but it's not a diss. It's not a diss to check them. And it takes maturity to understand that. Like when people call you out and hold you accountable, It doesn't have to be an attack. It doesn't have to be a diss to hold someone accountable. You don't have to torture and abuse somebody to hold them accountable. But in order to do that, it takes maturity and comprehension. And not only that, it takes someone that's willing to be like, we don't agree, but let me hear you out, especially knowing that you're not coming from a place of hate. But it takes somebody rooted in love to be in that space. Because when you're used to being combative and you're used to fighting and dealing with immature people, and your only way of getting ahead is like stepping on the next person. And you know, and at times I happen to have this issue too, where just when you're in like fight mode all the time, people could be giving you a honest critique with love, but because you're so used to being battered in a tough world that we're in, you can think like, oh, I gotta have my defenses up. But no, it's just an honest critique. And what Bishop Marianne was saying, it was an honest critique of how he's been using his power, and he's supposed to be a leader. And that's all I'm gonna get into. Because I could go more into the whole like thing when it comes to like conservatives and stuff like that. Because and the thing that frustrates, I will say this briefly. The thing about conservatives that frustrate me is like there are intelligent conservatives out here, but I feel like, I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised how things are turned out because I was expecting this. But I'm like, y'all too smart to be falling for the shenanigans. Anyway, but yeah, you know, tangent, but here we are. Um, but yeah, in times like this, although there's other things I could be concerned about in like running around trying to like damage control or whatever or help or whatever, in a way that one, this is helping me. This is helping my business. Just like, I mean, I don't know how I'm gonna make it out here. I'm just trying to make it. Like, you know, like I would work a regular job, but I can't work a regular job. And y'all know why I can't work a regular job. Because I've done that. I've done that. And I pay my taxes. Like, okay. But I'm just saying, like, y'all know my situation. But I'm just trying to do the best I can with what I have. And I have the gift of song and music and creativity. And somehow, some way, like this has to work. And not only does this have to work, like it has to work in a way where it feels good to me. And not only is it feeling good, like it feel good for me, it could be liberation for us all. And that's what matters to me. Especially being that it was just Martin Luther King Day the other day. And you know, and regardless of like reference people wanting to make references to specific stuff, I think it is shameful to try to weaponize that man and what he stood for in any capacity, especially people within our own communities, especially being that he was a man that stood for peace while fighting for liberation for not just Black people, but for in all minorities and the people and the way that the day was used and like in just different ways, not just about like politics, but how Martin Luther King Day can be referenced and used and weaponized is disgraceful to our community as a whole. And we need to do better. Anyway, I have more to get into. We're gonna get back to the music though. That's my mini TED talk for y'all. Day, while hiding your pain, just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. They stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. You can't tell me what to do. My body is all belong to you. Don't care about the food you do. I don't belong to you. You can't tell me what to do. My body is all belong to you. Don't care about the food you do. I don't belong to you. Don't care about it. Don't care about it. I'm the leader of the school, cause bitch I'm too cool. Fuck all the rules you gotta do. Can't tell me what to do. Fuck all the rules you ain't gotta do. Cause bitch I'm too cool. Yeah, like you wanted, facing that taunts and that judgment on you. I try to stay sane, fighting every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. You're never the life you want. And their thoughts and their judgment on you. Trying to stay safe, fighting every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure fighting every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay every day while hiding your pain. Every day while hiding your pain. Every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay fighting every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. will hide in your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Each night and day will hide in your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. When you were trying to stay sane, fighting every day will hide in your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Will hide in your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Will hide in your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Will fighting every day. Will hide in your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out your. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out your. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out your. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out your. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out your. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out. For the life you wanted, facing that untainted judgment on you. I try to stay safe, fighting every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. You're living the life you want to stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. You're living out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. You're living the life you want and facing that odds and that judgment on you. Trying to stay sane, fighting every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. In your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. 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 Make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out. Stay out. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. You can't tell me what to do. My body and soul belong to you. I'm here about the part of you. Bitch, I don't belong to you. You can't tell me what to do. Sure they stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. You can't tell me what to do. My body and soul belong to you. I'm here about the part of you. Bitch, I don't belong to you. You can't tell me what to do. My body and soul belong to you. I'm here about the part of you. Bitch, I don't belong to you. I'm here about the you can't tell me what to do. My body is all about you. Bitch, I don't belong to you. You can't tell me what to do. Your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. You can't tell me what to do. My body is all belong to you. I'm here about the part of you. Bitch, I don't belong to you. You can't tell me what to do. My body is all belong to you. I'm here about the part of you. Bitch, I don't belong to you. I'm here about the oh yeah. Ooh, ooh. So I was anticipating this part. I'm excited to do it because I love runs. I love runs and ad libs and all those things. But I think what I'm gonna have to do is really get into like the nitty gritties of each run because like there's specific moments within the run where it like peaks in the vocal volume. I mean, um, and at the same time, like I'm trying to blend it with it, like so it sounds good versus what I want to hear. I mean, but what I want to hear is what matters most because it's my song. But because like I love the runs and when I listen to this, like I mean, this is my like no, I listen to my music a lot, but not because it's like my music is better than thou. Like no, because like I'm always in critique mode. Like I'm always critiquing myself, and I just want it to be better all the time in every way. So I listen to my music, and like for example, when I got Logic Pro, when I got Logic Pro, I can immediately hear the difference in the quality of the song versus when I would listen to it in, say, GarageBand. And when because I burnt the CD of these songs, not completely finished, but when I put it in the car to listen to it that way, to hear it in like stereo speakers. Because I mean, like, that's the thing with engineering too. Like, you can't just engineer like based on how you hear it here, because like there's a listening experience that's on headphones versus a listening experience on a speaker, like a Bluetooth speaker, versus listening in a car, versus listening to like actual like stereo speakers, versus listening to it in a club. Like it's versus radio. Like it's a whole thing. And so, there's different listening experiences depending on the type of record. Like, if you have like a upbeat song, hopefully, like, if you're trying to go the whole like radio route, you maybe want to hear it in a club. You want people to dance to it. If you have like a more of an acoustic song, maybe you want it to be played in like a store or something like that. And so like when I listen to my music in the car, I'm getting used to hearing it, but I'm hearing all the nuanced things that I want to fix on the record. And like, for example, the like the kicks and the drum section on anything is loud as fuck in the car. Like, I feel it on in the speaker when I'm in the car versus when I was making the beat on here. When I was making the beat on here, I'm just like chopping it up and I'm like enjoying how it sounds. But then when I listen to it in the car, I'm like, this shit is too fucking loud. And so I'm like, okay, eventually I know like that's a thing I'm gonna have to fix, is the kicks. And I love the kicks because it drives the song. But at the same time, the listening experience has to be like taken into consideration when editing the music. Like, I can't just like for me, and that's another thing, even with this record, like for this record, I love the subs. I love the subs on here because I wanted to get more into like playing around with like subsections, especially when there's like subs with melodies, and not just subs for like drums, but like an 808 type of sub where like there's a melody to it. Like, for example, if I can find the section, let me see. I mean, you hear it more at the end. Turn that off. Okay, that's the drum. And then, yeah, this is literally a sub 808, but it's a melody, so it's like it's a trill, like a descending trill down notes, but it just sounds like sub bass, you know. And I would hear songs with that, and I'm like, oh, I want to do that, but I'm like, how do I find this sound? And so I found it for this record, and I'm so excited because I was like, ah, yes, finally, I got the sub that I wanted. Aside from just like the kicks, like it's different. It's not the same as a kick. It sounds like a kick, but like in terms of like how low it is, but it's not the same as a kick section. So, you know, I love that. And throughout the whole record, I played around with the subs a lot. Like, for example, I hope y'all can hear this. Maybe not on the phone, but and then there's that section, and that's, if you can't hear it, then I'm gonna reenact it for y'all. But I love that. But I know how I would love to hear it. I know I recorded it too loud on here, so I knew that that was something I was gonna have to keep in mind when mixing this. And then the section in the bridge, which I fucking love. And I love this, especially like with the vocals. Because the thing is, all right, so because the cadence of the vocals kind of go with that section, and that's why I mean, aside from me just loving the like sub 808s in this whole record, like that's probably one of my favorite parts of the song. But I love that the vocals play into it, which wasn't planned. Like how I wrote it and how I did the subs, and then once I put it together, I was like, this is on me. I love that for me. But like for example, so don't belong to you. Don't care about the food you do, bitch. I don't belong to you. Now you can't tell me what to do. Nobody wanna. Don't care about the bitch. You do, yeah, yeah. Care about the bitch. You ain't about the fuck all the uh. Like so, like I love how the vocals go along with that part. Um. Anyway, I forget what my point is. My point. I mean, I started out talking about tweaking the runs. Um. Yeah, and just like the importance of really getting into the nitty gritties because yeah, the listening is okay. My what I was really getting at is how I would like to hear it. I want the subs to be loud as fuck, but in listening to it in the car, one that the song is just the levels is off because it's not as loud as the other song. So like I'm trying to learn that. Like, okay, what's the frequency of the standard frequency of what's available on streaming platforms, but apparently it changes every few years or so. So and then plus it changes compared to like if you're doing sync licensing versus if you're trying to stream your music versus if you're trying to submit it to radio. So I mean I'm learning what all this is. But if my life were like Truman Show, you already seen that. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how much people be on my Disney, but whatever. Um, if it were just up to me, I would make the subs loud as fuck. But I know the listening experience in the car, it would be too loud. And then plus, with consideration to other listening experiences, I can't have it be that loud. So I'm trying to like find a happy medium where it's loud enough for me as the producer that thoroughly I'm going to enjoy and be proud of this record, but then also making sure it's not like too much depending on other people's listening experiences. Cause I'm sure it sounds crazy in headphones. Like, oh my God, I know the subs is too fucking loud. Like my demo version is probably too loud in headphones. I don't care. I love it, but you know, I'm like, okay, it has to be like it's levels. It's levels to this shit, and I'm trying to level it out as best as I can. So yeah, that's what I'm doing. So anyway, I have to finish tweaking the runs and the bridge, and I'm thinking I have to like really get into like the nuances of each part because I'm doing runs upward. Well, some of them are. Uh uh. Yeah, yeah. Oh, woo. They're not all going upwards, but they're higher. So because it's higher, like it peaks in the microphone. So I'm like, I gotta level it out. So that's what's happening. That's what's happening right now. Oh yeah. Oh, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah. Actually, I kind of want to play this whole thing. Okay, actually, no, not. I'm just gonna. Make sure they stay out. Actually, not even restart this whole thing. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out. Sure they stay out. Your friends. Oh, oh yeah. How the fuck do I do this shit? Okay, good. There we go. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ooh, ooh, oh yeah. Ooh, oh yeah. Ooh, oh yeah. Ooh, ooh, oh yeah. Ooh, There we go. Oh yeah. All of this. Oh yeah. 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 I think that's it. For now, let's hear with the rest of the track. But I feel like the track is loud. But it's level how it needs to be though. Unless bring that up. Something just loud as well over here. Yes. For certain. Yeah. I'll be right for myself. This section is too fucking long. Alright, what is this again? Yeah, no, turn that shit up. What is this? Like, you sure? You know that part was in the song? That's because the sub is essentially like the same part. It just amplifies what's already there, basically. But I'm like, this other subsection needs to come like that. Bring that up. Yeah, because there's a lot going on, and it has to be right. That's what the better You can't tell me what to do. My body, mind, soul, I belong to you. Don't care about the food you do. Baby, I don't belong to you. No, you can't tell me what to do. My body, mind, soul, I belong to you. Don't care about the food you do. Baby, I don't belong to you. Okay. This is coming together. Yeah, the percussions. I have a lot of percussion sections, kind of. That's because like I did it all like separate, and each section like switches up in different layers and parts of the song, which is fun sonically, but it's not the video game, but it was sounding like, I mean, I love all the sounds, but it needs to be blended better. And I think I'm like, there's certain parts that you can't even hear, certain parts that's too fucking loud. And I'm trying my best here. I did my best. I'm doing my best, but it's coming together though. It's coming together. And my thing is like, because I want to make sure like the vocals aren't, nothing's like drowning anything out. Like I want it to sound blended well. The percussion section particularly, but the production all together. I want it to sound blended very well. And I wanted the vocals to sound like on top of the song, you know, like not like, I mean, blended with the song, but like on top of the song so you hear the parts. Like you hear the background vocals and you hear the runs on top. Like even though like it's some falsetto and there's different levels to it, I want it to be heard, you know? Like, because I mean, that's what I look for in music. Like, I like all the fun acrobatic things and like the cool stuff and the like background and the bass lines and all that stuff. So, for that, for me personally, for selfish reasons, I want to make sure that all the dope parts of the song are audible. Um, and you know, because when I listen to music, I like to hear all the runs and like all the the things that require acrobatics. You know what? I think this gospel line, like aside from the fact that I like could EQ it Like I feel like it's leveled out well. Like okay, the beginning part might be a little bit like at the like peak, but I kind of it still sounds great though to me. Okay. So I'm like pretty much at the end of the song. I think of the maybe possibly. I'm just gonna like tweak the things and make sure it like blends well. But I can hear a significant difference in terms of like I don't know. Like I was saying before about the microphone and it being like having to it's levels. Like if you're gonna sing loud and having to turn it down, and if you're gonna sing low, having to turn it up. And in that, there's like a buzz noise because I don't have the best equipment, but like I got one of those little, like $200 like Scarlett pack things with the interface and the microphone and headphones and all those things. And the headphones, I've never used them because like they were not good at all. But the interface works, like it does what you need it to do in terms of like connecting to a device and transmuting sound into the computer. And the microphone is okay, but it's what I could afford at the time, and it was a great investment. And mind you, I've had it for years since like maybe around like two like 2018. I've had my microphone. Um, yeah, when my life was much simpler, and I was just a regular girl from Jersey, just trying to be an artist, um, in a group, and just like living my life, working my job at the mall, and just trying to be an artist. You know, lo and behold, um, um, there's been other things. Anyway, um, yeah, so I've had that mic for a long time, and so some of the vocals in a lot of these songs, there's like a grainy buzz noise, and I found a way to fix it. Mixing. So here we are. Um, but now it's like a matter of, because I think it's one thing to like mix production, and then it's another thing we got vocals too, and I'm like doing it all at the same time. But I mean, that's just the name of the game. Is what I got to do to get it done. So yeah. Anyway, I think I like what it sounds like so far. Hopefully, it's not too crazy. But yeah, since we're at the 22222 frequency, let's play. I'm the leader of the new school, cause vision to go, fuck all the rules you gotta do, can't tell me what to do, fuck all the rules you gotta do, cause vision to go, life you want to, facing that taunts and judgments on you, I try to stay sane, fighting every day, while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. The life you want to facing bad thoughts and the judgment on you. I try to stay sane, fighting every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. The life you want to facing bad thoughts and their judgment on you. Trying to stay safe, fighting every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out your. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out your. out you. Make sure they stay out you. Sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your, stay out your. Make sure they stay out. Sure they stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. You can't tell me what to do. My body, my soul, I belong to you. Don't care about the world. You can't tell me what to do. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. You can't tell me what to do. My body, my soul, I belong to you. Don't care about the world you do. Bitch, I don't belong to you. No, you can't tell me what to do. My body, my soul, I belong to you. Don't care about the world you do. Bitch, I don't belong to you. Yeah. Don't care about the but you ain't about that. Fuck all the road you do, yeah. Don't care about that. But you ain't about that. Man, fuck all the road you do, yeah. Fuck all the road you do, yeah. Don't care about the do. My body, mind, soul, I belong to you. Don't care about the road you do. Bitch, I don't belong to you. No, you can't tell me what to do. My body, mind, soul, I belong to you. Don't care about the road you do. Bitch, I don't belong to you. Yeah. Don't care about that. Bitch, you ain't about that. Fuck all the road you do. Yeah. Don't care about that. Bitch, you ain't about that. Man, fuck all the road you do. Yeah. Don't care about the road you do. Bitch, I don't belong to you. No, you can't tell me what to do. My body, my soul, I belong to you. Don't care about the road you do. Bitch, I don't belong to you. Yeah. Don't care about that. Bitch, you ain't about that. Fuck all the road you do. Yeah. Don't care about that. Bitch, you ain't about that. Man, fuck all the road you do. Yeah. No, you can't tell me what to do. My body, mind, soul, I belong to you. Don't care about the road you do. Bitch, I don't belong to you. No, you can't tell me what to do. My body, mind, soul, I belong to you. Don't care about the road you do. Bitch, I don't belong to you. Yeah. Don't care about that. Bitch, you ain't about that. Fuck all the road you do. Yeah. Don't care about that. Bitch, you ain't about that. Man, fuck all the road you do. Yeah. Bitch, you ain't about that. Fuck all the road you do. Yeah. Don't care about that. But you just say your friend. Just make sure they stay. You can't tell me what to do. Just make sure they stay. You can't tell me what to do. Now that I'm so belong to you. Don't care about the road you do. Bitch, I don't belong to you. You can't tell me what to do. My body, my soul, I belong to you. Don't care about the road you do. Bitch, I don't belong to you. Don't care about the but you ain't about Can't tell me what to do. My body, mind, soul, I belong to you. I'm here about the you, bitch. I don't belong to you. You can't tell me what to do. My body, mind, soul, I belong to you. I'm here about the you, bitch. I don't belong to you. I'm the leader of the new school, cause bitch I'm too cool. Fuck all the voodoo y'all do. Can't tell me what to do. Fuck all the voodoo y'all do. Cause bitch I'm too cool. Yearning for the life you're wanting. Facing the taunts and the judgments on you. I'm trying to stay safe every day. Well, I just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. They stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Life you want to face and the thoughts and the judgment on you. I'm trying to stay safe, fighting every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. 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 Make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out. Stay out. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. You can't tell me what to do. My body, mind, soul, I belong to you. I'm here about the road of you. Bitch, I don't belong to you. You can't tell me what to do. My body, mind, soul, I belong to you. I'm here about the road of you. My body, mind, soul, I belong to you. You can't tell me what to do. My body, mind, soul, I belong to you. I'm here about the road of you. Bitch, I don't belong to you. You can't tell me what to do. My body, mind, soul, I belong to you. I'm here about the road of you. Bitch, I don't belong to you. It's there. It's just sounding crazy to me now. All right, I'll play that one more time, and then I'm gonna take a break from it and then come back to it. Because sometimes it's kind of like when you're like shopping for scented things, and you smell too many things. It's all great smells, but you got to like refresh the palate before you go to the next thing. I feel like music could be like similar with the audible senses, where it's like you can listen to it so many times, and it's like, okay, I need to take a break from it, and then like you let it breathe for a bit, and then come back to it, and it's like, all right, and then I'll listen to this back with like my demo version versus this. I feel like all the things that I was hearing in the demo that was like little things that would bother me, I feel like I fixed most of it. Now it's just about like mastering the blend, which I guess is mastering, right? Um, yeah. So we'll play back one more time. How long have I been on here? Almost 3 hours now. Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm the leader of the middle school. Well, this sounds so much cleaner. Fuck all the rules you gotta do. Can't tell me what to do. Fuck all the rules you ain't gotta do. Cause bitch, I'm too cool. Can live the life you want to. Facing that dancing, no judgment on you. I try to stay sane. Fighting every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay. Yeah, no, I need that. I need that. Fuck all the good things I do. Hold on. Put it in the thing. Life you want to. Facing that dancing, the judgment on you. Yeah. Try to stay sane. Fighting every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Let's make sure they fuck all the rules you gotta do. Can't tell me what to do. Fuck all the rules you ain't gotta do. Cause bitch, I'm too cool. Can live the life you want to. Facing that dancing, the judgment on you. I try to stay sane. Fighting every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. There we go. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. If you want to, facing that dancing, that judgment on you. Try to stay safe, but every day, while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out your. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out. Stay out your. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. You can tell me what to do. My body, my soul, I belong to you. I'm here about the whole of you. Bitch, I don't belong to you. You can tell me what to do. My body, my soul, I belong to you. I'm here about the whole of you. Bitch, I don't belong to you. Yeah, hold on. There's something up here that's not hitting. There's something about the sounding like I needed to sound. we go. Just make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they out. This is a different sound. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Stay safe, fighting every day, while hiding your pain. They stay out, yeah. Make sure they stay out, yeah. Make sure they stay out, yeah. I was like, I'm gonna listen to it one time. I'm too much of a perfectionist for that. School, cause bitch, I'm too cool. Fuck all the rules you gotta do. Can't tell me what to do. Fuck all the rules you ain't gonna do. Cause bitch, I'm too cool. Can't live the life you want to. Facing that haunting, that judgment on you. I try to stay sane, fighting every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Life you want to facing that haunting, that judgment on you. Trying to stay safe, fighting every day, while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out your. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out. Stay out your. Make sure they stay out. Stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. They stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. You're living the life you want to. Facing that haunting, that judgment on you. Trying to stay safe, fighting every day while hiding your pain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out your brain. Make sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out your. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out your brain. Stay out. Stay out your. Make sure they stay out. Make sure they stay out your brain. sure they stay out your brain. Just make sure they stay out. You can't tell me what to do. My body, my soul, I belong to you. I'm here like a part of you. I don't belong to you. You can't tell me what to do. My body, my soul, I belong to you. I'm here like a part of you. I don't belong to you. These are gonna be good. That was wrong. Volume, EQ, and automate. Okay, I'm getting the gist of how this could work for me. Because, like, I really didn't know what the fuck I'm doing. And I'm sure there's more to it. Like, there's plugins and stuff like that, and there's like a compressor and all these things. But it's sounding pretty good to me. Sounding good enough. I feel like it's sounding more polished. It's sounding more like studio quality. And I love that. I love that for me. I deserve. I deserve. Um, yeah. So I'm figuring out like what my process is, like leveling out like the volume, automating specific parts of the volume in specific part and specific spots of the like wavelength, and then also like um EQing it and really getting into like the chakras. That's what I'm gonna call it, because that's what it looks like. It looks like the like the rainbow, like reading rainbow. Um, so yeah, but it's each, I forget which each one stands for. I like looked it up and then like took notes on it and everything, but I can like feel what it is, you know. And I feel like it is similar to chakras. Like the higher frequencies are um like the blues and the purples, and the lower frequencies are like the low in theory. Try reference. But it's like the reds and the orange and the yellows and stuff, and then what's in the middle is kind of like that. But like it's self-explanatory. Like the the lowers are the low, the middles are the mids, and then the highs are the highs. And so yeah, so I mean I was a little bit familiar with this process. I just it's I mean, and the thing is, like, this is on, I think this is on GarageBand. But it's something about this product. I don't know. Maybe it's like a psychological thing. Like, and people be hyping up Logic Pro, but I mean, there is more like nuanced features on here, like how you can see like the. I mean, honestly, I feel like this is on GarageBand. Now I think about it, because like the EQ thing is on GarageBand, but I don't know. It's something about how you can like tweak the volume here. I like it. I like to look at it like this, like vertically, um, and like see the sound waves. I mean, you can see it over here too, but I don't know. It's something I like this structure better. Um, and like the automation stuff, I like that too. Um, I mean, it's easy to do. I mean, and you could do this on Ableton too. But honestly, like I said before, like the quality is just better, especially because like I was saying, like some of the nuanced stuff that I can hear in the car that I didn't hear on GarageBand, I can hear on Logic Pro. Um, so yeah, there's that. And I'm pretty much getting a sense of like how this works for me and how I can edit on here. And I know there's probably more things on here, like there's effects on here, but I did most of the effects. I mainly play around with effects on GarageBand. and maybe there's more stuff on here. I kind of don't care to change it up. I like the effects that I have already on there. Um, and yeah, and I saw on here there's like the compressor. I really don't. I'm not sure what that does. I have to look that up and maybe see if that's something I want to like. You know, I'll probably do that for a different song because honestly, I like how it sounds. I like it. I don't know what compression does. Um, but I like it so far. So yeah. All right. I think I'm like good with this because what was really um like getting me like stumped a little bit was the that subsection I was telling y'all about. Um, maybe because like I in different parts of the song, like where if there's more going on in a song at one part versus another part where most of the drums fall back, then it's gonna like the levels are gonna be off. So like say if I have it up, the volume up when there's most of the percussion parts playing, and then it gets to that one part where most of the percussions are out, it's gonna sound loud. But I'm like how I was tweaking like the automation for the volume of specific parts of the track. I'm like I could do that with the percussion. Like I could do that with the beat too. Now that would be me really getting into the nitty gritties. Uh, I don't want to do that. I don't. I don't want to do that. Um, not right now. But I mean, I think it sounds good. I think it sounds. I like how it sounds. And again, like I said, I'm sure like there's a million things that I can like tweak and really get into like the nuances. And the more I do it, the better I'll get, which is a given. Like y'all have seen my growth with most of the many creative hats that I wear, from you know like making a beat to playing instruments and doing visuals and putting like styling visual and pictures and stuff like that. Like the progression has been better, and I know like I have it like I trust my ear. I trust that I have a good ear. I hope I'm not like smacking on this gum too loud. I realize I'm smacking as I'm talking. Um, and when I like tuned into like hearing me eat this gum, I'm like, damn, I'm kind of loud. I hope y'all know I'm not picking up. I'm not, you know. But look, I'm not perfect, okay? But God knows my heart and soul is good. Anyway, but I say this to say, um, so yeah, I'm learning the process. The more I do it, the better I'll get. Um, and of course, I'll get into more detailed things. Which like that's with anything. That's with anything you do. If you're like if you're into fashion and you sew, if you're into like electronics and you like to build things, like, and I mean that's another thing that I'm like kind of been like into lately too. Um, it's just like fixing stuff up with like a drill and like screwdrivers and like like building things. Like I built this desk actually. I mean, granted, I had the help of my my parent, but for the most part, I pretty much built it myself, most of it. Um, I'm proud of myself. Yeah, and it's something I do from time to time. It's like fix things up and whatnot. And I think it's just like a handy skill to have. Like I like being handy in that way. Like, building things and putting things together. And I guess like in the same way you do that musically. But my point in bringing that up is like the more you do something, the better you'll get. And then you'll learn like nuances of that thing. Um, like the first time you're just trying to learn the process. And the second time it's like, all right, you got a process. Third time it's like, all right, this part of the process could be simpler if I go about it like this, or if I start out doing this and then I do this other part, because when I get this part done, it's going to make this second part easier. When you learn to do things and you're building skills, um, I like that part of learning. I enjoy to learn that way. Anyway, um, so I like it so far. I know I tweaked a lot of the automation with the vocals, but I don't know. I, I'm gonna take a break from it. I'm gonna save it, take a break, come back to it, listen to it again, and then what's the name? And then see if I want to, fix any of the percussion. Because right now, like I said, I just did most of like the volume tweaking on the vocals. Everything is EQ'd. I EQ'd all the tracks. But then now I'm thinking like, okay, I could probably like tweak certain parts of the volume with like the beat, and it probably won't be as intricate because with vocals, like the melodies in different places. With the beat, there's sections, so I could just fix the section, you know, and then it's just a matter of like what's happening at like the beginning of the song. Like the intro is like there's a build up, but like say the sub section and the intro is just that section. There's not too much changing in that. So versus like a vocal part where I'm doing like a run and there's like a high note and then the rest of the run is fine, but I have to tweak the volume specifically for that high note versus the full section of a sound or a synth section in the percussions. Or not percussion. Synth wouldn't be percussion. Synth is more melodic. Um like if I'm tweaking like the synth section of the melody. So yeah, that's shouldn't be complicated. But I don't feel like doing all that though. I really only needed it for that like subsection. But now I'm like, now that I learned like, oh, I could do more. But the question is it necessary? It might not be. But if I want to, I can. So yeah. But anyway, so we're gonna say that and then that's pretty much that. Um yeah. So we've been on live for 3 hours now. Um and yeah, it's been a process, but I think pretty much most of the mixing is done. And then I'll come back, like I said, see if I need to tweak anything else and then get into mastering. Because I'm like, what I look like letting somebody else master my music? Absolutely not. I rebuke it in the name of Jesus. Okay? And it's a lot of Jesus that's needed at this particular time. Even if you don't believe in Jesus, like Jesus, you need to show up because these fucking healings. I don't mean to cuss at Jesus. Lord forgive me. You know I ain't perfect. I'm a sinner, and I'm trying my best. But I'm just saying, like it's tumultuous times to say the least. But I'm really proud of my mix. I think I did a good job so far. And like I said, the more I do it, the easier, the better I'll get, and it should be the easier process. But then again, I'm intrigued about what this would be like with instruments. Um, I feel like it'll be similar to like vocals, because with instruments, I'll probably like it's a more imperfect, which makes it beautiful. When there are certain notes that like play, maybe because I like strum the note a certain way, And and I think those like added details that might be like unintentional, beautiful mistakes that tends to come out when playing instruments. I think that'll be really cool, like in the mixing process. Oh my gosh, this is just like so much. But I'm like, I'm excited though. I'm excited to learn. But I'm just like, oh my gosh, I'm tired of all these fucking hats. I'm not gonna lie. Like grateful to learn the skill, grateful to like to be constantly learning and building on things that I can do. But like, oh my gosh. But I feel like that's like kind of like the last piece to the puzzle when it comes to like making my songs sound like that quality, polished, professional sound. And I think it's getting there. I think it's getting there, and I'm really excited about that. Um, because I'm kind of like tired of like the homemade sound. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little tired of it. Like to some degree, like it it's cool when you want like a more acoustic feel or like a live kind of a like aesthetic, or like it just like if embracing the imperfections of a record is the intention, then it works that way. But some of these songs, like I'm tired of it sounding like, yeah, you recorded that in your room. Like I want it to sound like, bitch, how much was your studio session? And what equipment did you use? That's what I need it to sound like. And I think we're getting there. Um, but you know, it makes me think of Erica Badu when she was talking about like the demo version of On and On, or I think maybe most of the records that's on Baduism. And she was saying like she wished that she kept the demo version because it had more of a gritty kind of a feel to it, and it was more like it was a rougher sound, but it felt like authentic to the song. It's not exactly what she said, but she basically was that was what she was getting at. And the version on the album is like, you know, it's mixed and mastered, so it has that polished sound. She was like, it sounds a little too polished, and she kind of liked the, you know, the grittier sound. And plus, I think she said she had been performing that song for a while, On and On specifically, prior to it being like on the album. And so, you know, and when you like live with a song for a while, you get used to like the version that you're used to, and then like when you gotta like mix it and like polish it and all those things, it's like, eh. And I feel like that might, I feel like I might feel that I feel like that might be the case for otherwise, because I know I have to like change some of the lyrics and some of the guitar parts I gotta clean up. But at the same time, I like that rough grunge kind of a feel because it gives me that vibe. It gives me like a 90s like grunge pop ballad kind of a feel. And I just love that song. I love that song so much. I really do. And I can't believe I wrote that song like so many years ago. Like that was one of my first guitar songs that I wrote in like 2019 when like all hell was breaking loose in life. But I'm grateful to be where I am now to and I'm glad that I never came out with it because it wasn't until recently where I was like, you know, I should probably change this lyric from, you know, stuck in to breaking out. Because bitch, we can't be stuck. Like, no, absolutely not. No. Mm-mm. We're breaking out. Yeah. And but I adore that song so much. It's like one of my like music. I mean, they're all my musical babies. Like all my you know my creative creations, and I'm proud of all the songs. And I know there's some songs that's like not perfect, and I gotta fix some things and redo some parts. But for the most part, like I'm really proud of Otherwise, and I feel like Otherwise is very necessary, not just for me. I mean, it's personal for me, but especially because there's a reference to, I mean, I've told this story a million times, but there's a reference to the exonerated five, and especially with us going into this new change of power with the American government system. Um, I feel like it was a necessary record to write, and I just love how it sounds too. Like I love to listen to that song. Um, because I love the feel of it, the vibe, and it's very chill, and and also like I did the percussions on that song, like beating on a plastic container, like with a pencil, like real like in school, you know how, you know, like back in the day, how like people used to like, you know, just literally. I'm not coming up with a cadence, but I'm just saying, like, you know how people would make beats with pencils in class and stuff. Like that was kind of the vibe. Like because I didn't have a drum section and I didn't have a MIDI controller at the time. I literally just had my guitar and I only knew a few chords. And that's why it's so simple like that. Um, but it's such an important song. And I can't, I'm excited to mix that one actually. But I brought that up because I'm so used to the roughness of that song and how it sounds. But I know like once I like polish it up, I'll know. I think I trust myself to do it in a way where I'll do it justice, and it'll be just gritty enough to have that really authentic like rough sound because that's the context of the song, but then like still like polished enough for it to be like sonically pretty, and I'm excited about that. Yeah, but so we mixed breaking out the house today, and I have a story time for y'all. Not in this live stream. I'll do it different at a different time about a journey that I was on because I'm planning a tour and got caught in a snowstorm. And the thing was like I was aware that there was like storm things. Like I saw that. I just didn't think that that would have anything to do with where I was going. And mind you, this is like I've been wanting to take Angie like just out with me so she doesn't have to be like so cooped up in the house. Like, cause she's an indoor cat, but like she can like travel, you know, see the world a little bit. And like the first time I take Angie out, we get in a snowstorm. Oh my God. I was just like, look, girl, I need you to bear with me. But I'm grateful that I had Angie with me. I know it was probably a lot for her. It was a lot for me, but I'm grateful to have had her companionship there because like she helped to keep me going. Um, because it was a rough night. It's just really unfortunate. Like I get it as like humans, we're all different. We have different backgrounds and upbringings, so we look at things. The things that make us different is what makes us beautiful. But when we're so different to a point where we can't even like empathize or sympathize with experiences that are not of our own to a point where it drives us to be like so combative. Uh, it's trivial. Not trivial. It's um what's the word? It's just unfortunate. That's the simplest way I can say it. It's unfortunate, especially when you have like people in positions of power that are like that. And and I try to be optimistic, and I mean, I think to some people's perspective, like especially like liberals. Like I mean, I've grown up primarily being liberal and I like to think that I am. I'm like pretty much like more so independent and I think it's better to be like in the middle so you can hear both sides and then like, decide like, okay, I don't agree with that, but I can still respect your existence and humanity. Or, okay, I don't agree with a majority of things that you believe, but I do agree with that point, and I feel like we can find common ground. And I've tried to be in that space upon, everything that's going on with this election. And despite, you know, having like seeing a lot of like conservative content. And the thing is like I enjoy some of the platforms just because it's like the people on those platforms make sense. The people in positions of power, that's another conversation. But I feel like people are just good at looking at it objectively rather than really thinking like this might actually be like a detriment. And I try to like view things that way, like objectively, like, okay, I didn't want this situation and I did everything in my power to contribute in other ways. But being that this is what things are, maybe it could be better. Maybe it, you know, like I try my best to be optimistic. I really do. And try to see like, okay, I don't agree with a lot, but maybe this could be the pros to this. This could be the like the positives to this situation, even though this isn't a situation I would have wanted. And then like a snowstorm happens. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Okay. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, optimism. Uh, all I gotta say is like for the people that I don't know, I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting when people criticize the state of affairs in the world of certain things. And then say you're somebody with, limited resources or knowledge or whatever, but you do the best that you can with those resources and that knowledge. And then people try to like they're upset about the situation, but then they're also upset about people who try to actually help for whatever reason. And it's like, okay. I'm like, bitch, we in the same fucking boat. Why are you mad at me when I'm trying to help us? You know what I mean? And I got my own things to worry about. You know what I mean? I have my own concerns and like a lot that I deal with. But I still try my best with what I have, even if I don't have a lot, because I really care to help other people, you know? And for people that are like, not not that this is like, whatever. To people who believe that, you know, kind gestures can be like performative or like, oh, you're just trying to be the hero. I'm like, why wouldn't I want to be? I'd rather be a hero than a villain. Y'all want me to be a villain. I don't want to be a villain. Never have, never wanted to be, never was, never cared for that role in life. But yeah, yeah, I'd rather be a hero. I would love to be a hero. If I can, why not? And not for like the praise, but because I like to help people. I've always liked to give back. I've always liked to like say what you want. There's many a times where I should just be focusing on my own life. But I know there's other people out there that need help. And if I can do something, I'm a fucking try at least. Even if it's the same people that are giving me a hard time or manipulate and all these things. But despite my frustrations about circumstances of the world, I can put that shit aside and know like there's a bigger cause. And if I can help, I will. Especially because like to my father's credit, you know, regardless of the differences between him and I've grown up watching superhero movies. He was a Marvel fan. He was really into comic books. And most of the comic books, you got a superhero saving the day. And we love a good superhero. Do we not? And you know, in my own life, I'm like, well, I would want to be a superhero. I would want to help people. And I always have, and I do. Whether it's like the smallest of ways or like if I could do something like grand, I would, you know? And it's just frustrating when people really keep like they go to such lengths to try to paint you out to be something or put you in in situations and like and when you're in like high stress scenarios and you're just like trying to figure shit out and you know and I'm like yeah if and my most like my default I wouldn't even be in this situation but if it weren't for the fact that other people and there's other factors in life like financials, you know, what you have access to using GPS and, you know, shit, it's it potentially being tapped, you know, I'm trying to get one place and there's detours on the road that, you know, take you another way. But bitch, I wouldn't have ended up there if everything were up to me, you know? And it's frustrating when people don't like think like that. Like people don't realize like a lot of the things where there's like judgment, there's usually it's either like people like misconstruing something or not considering like all the variables that were in play that like aggressively created scenarios in life. And despite those things, I still care to be a hero more than I would ever care to be a villain. I mean, there's some badass villains out there. There's some villains that are badass bitches, but that's just not me. Like, I'm the person that wants to give back in my community. I'm the person that makes the inspirational music, you know? And I mean, like, and some people can critique the music and say, like, oh, it sounds like lullaby music. Well, in my defense, in the last few years, I've been dealing with grown adults that participate in very childish games, like bullying, like just being mean and like ill spirited. And, even though like there could be like strategy and clever tactics, the game itself is childish when you're going out of your way to try to tear someone down. For example, another example, I've always thought racism was childish, like segregation. Like, there's a part of segregation that I felt like was actually a benefit to Black people when it came to us building our own communities and building Black businesses and us relying on our own people, kind of like how Asian folks come over to the US and do. But the whole, you can't drink out this water fountain because your skin color is different. Does that not sound childish to y'all? And the fact that there was laws in place in America that was like, yeah, nah, this establishment, you can't walk through this door because you look like this, even though you didn't choose your genetics, but because your skin color is this tone, you can't walk through this door. You got to walk through this door. Childish, childish behavior. That's something children do. Oh, you can't sit with us because you look different. While y'all play childish games, I'd rather do the work on myself to be a better person, to be a hero, because we need those right now, and to make music that dares to raise the frequency despite the insurmountable efforts to try to drag me down. So don't be mad at me, be mad at the system. You ain't gotta like me, but at least I'm fucking trying. I'm doing the best I can with what I got. And I could be doing nothing at all. I could just be like, F the world. But that's not me. I only feel that way when the world is rough on me and I'm really trying to be like great for the world. Well, not for the world, but for myself while living on this floating rock that's revolving around the sun in the Goldilocks zone of our solar system, which is a blessing. It's a blessing to be in a space and time where we have life form on Earth and we have the technologies available to do the things that we can do. It's truly beautiful, it's truly a blessing, and I try not to take those things for granted. And it's frustrating when I can't focus on things like that because I gotta deal with snowstorms. But regardless of that, I'd rather be a hero because I genuinely like to help people. And I actually care to do my best to make this world somewhat of a better place if I can. So, yeah. Anyway, um, that's like my fifth TED talk on here. And I said the things that I needed to say. We're on hour three and a half. Angie is singing in the hallway right now. She is working her throat chakra, and I love that for her. Maybe she's concerned about things. There's always something to be concerned about. Unfortunate, like it's unfortunate that like it, not that it desensitizes me to things that are serious, but I feel like things have been serious for years. So at this, it gets to a point where you get used to it, and it's like, okay, what now? You know, I mean, if you're the type of person that like rises up to the challenge and like doesn't let it discourage you, and you're just like, okay, if this what we got to handle, this what we got to handle. If this what got to get done, this what got to get done. You know, because I've already had my season of like being weak and um, you know, not necessarily. Well, yeah, well, more paranoid than afraid. Like, because I would say like I'm a lot braver now than I was then, and there's not many things that scare me, but there have been some scary things recently, and I can admit that because fighting for your life when you have a plethora of oppositions from power structures, weather, financial stress, and just like the nerve to say, like, I want to be free. And I think it's worth the fight to strive for that. And the people, places, and things that try to come up against that all at once, and you're just one person, one very powerful person, but one person. And along the journey, you don't know if people are rooting for you. You don't have help. You don't have like checkpoints of like, okay, these are safe spaces for me. And still making the decision to say, I'm going to like fight for my dreams and fight for freedom anyway, despite it all. It is a scary journey. It's not easy, you know? But I think back to a time when a friend of mine and I went to like a business convention years ago, and we were there for the weekend. Wow. We were at this convention, and I don't know how this conversation started, but I was talking to my friend because he came there with me, and I had, and yes, it was like a multi-level business, but I do feel like it was a solid business. I know people say like, "Oh, it's a pyramid scheme." I'm like, the job you work is a pyramid scheme, but you don't have an opportunity to be the CEO. So I mean, we're all in pyramid schemes. But anyway, we're at this event, and I invited him because he was a friend of mine, and I saw how passionate he was about like his mom and his family and being there for like I think his nieces. I don't know if I don't remember if he had a nephew, but you know, he was like out of his siblings, he was like the one with his head on his shoulders and the most likely to like he wanted something for his life, and I saw that in him. Aside from the fact that we were friends and we hung out and we always had like a good time, and we would always travel together. Like we would hang out in the city, hang out in New York and stuff. And so I was like, yo, we should do this like this business thing together. And so like, you know, we would go to the events and whatnot and be inspired. And so we went to this convention. And so one of the days we were going from our the hotel to like the event for the day. Or I think we were getting dinner or something. Um Either way, we were walking. And I remember talking to him about Harriet Tubman. And I was like, you know, I feel like Harriet Tubman is like such a phenomenal person because like to for her to go through the things that she's gone through and have the nerve and the audacity to be like, I'm gonna fight for freedom. And not only fight for freedom, but free other people and go back in freedom. And I'm gonna keep the gat with me because we're not going back. And I always wondered, like, you know, when people, and mind you, on foot, it's not like they had cars. They ain't have Teslas. They was on foot, walking. Nicki Minaj voice for freedom. And and I remember talking to him about this. And I was just like, wow, like Harriet Tubman, like what a phenomenal woman. I can only imagine what it was like being her at that time. Like that's a hell of a journey. That's a hell of a life story. And for her to be just that resilient is truly amazing. And yeah, I remember that conversation. And I was like just going on and on about it. Um and the thing is I laugh now because they would have like for the conventions they would have like a business person or like a celebrity come and speak. And Donald Trump was the guest at that convention. And this was prior to like all the election stuff. This is like years before then. This one, it was like exciting, like Donald Trump from like The Apprentice is there. Oh my gosh, the business guy, right? And this is prior to me really knowing about like the details about like the Central Park exonerated five or anything like that. So this was a completely different time in life. And that's why I laughed. Like when I thought back to that, I was like, the fucking odds. Yeah, he was the guest at that place, at that event. And and I remember, talking with my friend and I was just like, yo, um, I guess why that conversation probably came up was because of like, just hearing about people's stories of all the, everybody's got their testimonies of, I was trying to pay off student loans. I was trying to feed my family. We was about to lose our house, and then we came into this business, and then we were able to turn our lives around. And and those were like a lot of the stories that we were hearing, along with like you know strategies and stuff to like propelling your business or whatnot. And so I think, and hearing those stories, and then us being like, look, we can get out of our situations, and then just thinking about like Harriet Tubman. And I always wondered, how did Harriet make that first voyage? You know, like was she with other people? And I'm sure she had to like work up the network to have like the checkpoints, where people would stop at people's houses and like chill there before they continued on to the north. Like how did that come about? I mean, I didn't see the movie. Maybe they get into that in the movie. I'm curious about that. Like, girl, how did you do it the first time? Before you went back and got other people, like how did you free yourself? Asking for a friend. Um, yeah, I'm not sure how I got on that tangent there, but yeah, just like talking about like the struggles in the fight for freedom. I think that's where I was going with that. And then the conversation about Harriet Tubman. And the thing is like I had been thinking about that conversation for a while. And yeah, I think it's an interesting full circle moment for me right now. Hmm. And if there's anyone I would want to be anything like, not that I would come anywhere close, but people like Harriet, people like Martin Luther King, people like Fannie Lou Hamer, who fought for like the elevation, evolution, liberation, freedom for Black folks when they were going through things as childish as racism, because that's what it is. It's childish. But grown men in positions of power were enforcing that in law. And not only in law, but these beliefs are what cost people their lives, like lynchings. And that's why, like, it bothers me when people don't understand that or see that. Like, I feel like people are upset to be upset sometimes, and then sometimes we're upset at the wrong things. And yeah, feel like we're upset at the wrong things. And comprehension is lacking in our communities. Like, we just want to be upset to be upset rather than really taking the time to hear what we have to say. Because I'm like, for the things that people try to like insinuate, does that even make sense? Like, why would I care about Black people? Why would I care about the next generation? Why would I care about other cultures? Like, most of like my rage stems from being extremely misunderstood. It's not for no reason. It's not like I'm just like out here being hateful in the world without a cause. Like, no, and I don't want to be in the space of hate, but I hate the things that I have to deal with, especially when I'm like doing my best to show up and do the right thing. And when that's misunderstood, that's but you know what? I don't want to harp too much on that. And I want to say thank you to the people who get it and the people who see that in me and who like understood my situation before I even understood it and was willing to like challenge the system, even if it was in code. Sorry, I'm like, if my life were like a Truman Show, disclaimer. But I'm very grateful for that. Because, like I said on my other live stream, like I got very used to just like fighting my fight by myself. And I got used to being disappointed and people pandering and acting like they're in support, but then, switching up and, just for clout on TikTok. But then there's folks that are willing to say, you know what, we have questions. This perspective doesn't make sense. And it doesn't have to necessarily be like a all out, like, hate these people and side with this, because there are other people on opposing sides that were taken advantage of and manipulated and, you know, and I sympathize with that. And I think that's fair. That like it yeah, we should sympathize with that. But my issue is when accountability isn't directed in the right places and we're quick to attack each other rather than doing the work to like call the real problems out and talk about it and heal. And I'm very grateful for the people who are willing to call those things out and say it straight up and say, nah, you motherfuckers is fucked up. And let's talk about it. What we gonna do now? What we gonna do from here? How we gonna make this better? I'm very grateful for the people who are willing to like even say that, you know? Thank you. Cause like I said, I'm cool with fighting my fight on my own, you know? But I'm grateful when there's people who are wishing the best for me and hoping that I win. or at least listening, at least like hearing my perspective, hearing my side, hearing my point of view without just being so quick to attack, but really just like, you know what? Let's hear it out. Let's hear what she has to say. So, or people who are advocating before, like, I even knew that I needed to be advocated for because I was just living a regular life. Like I said, I was like, when I first got my mic, I was just a regular girl in Jersey in a group making songs, trying to be an artist. That was my life, you know, and all this extra shit. I'm like, where the fuck did these narratives come from? Because I was lost on me, and it intended to be that way. But it could have only been that way if it could have only been that way if things weren't as exaggerated as people try to make it out to be. Because if it was really those problems, you wouldn't be able to just go years acting like shit is cool. You know what I mean? But I understand people are very thorough actors. So, but you know, it's crazy to me. But anyway, I've gotten used to people disappointing me and like switching up after I've proven myself time and time again how I'm willing to show up and care for and support and advocate for people that I care about and still being betrayed and disappointed. I'm grateful for the people who have no connection to me in my life, but are willing to give me a chance. I'm very grateful for that. Thank you. All right, y'all. I'm done with this live stream. This is going on for too long. We're almost on 4 hours now. Crazy. Um, yeah, life is an interesting thing. But I'll say a quick prayer. God, Most High, thank you for all the ways that you bless us, known and unknown, for all the blessings behind the scenes, the blessings that we're able to see, in the ways that you look out for and protect us, in the ways that you set us up for success. Thank you for strengthening us during tough times and empowering us when we may feel weak and teaching us in areas where we might be ignorant. It's a tough time for folks, and it's easy to be combative. It's easy to fall into misunderstandings with people. And I just pray that we all get to a space where we can disagree and have respect for one another, where we can feel safe to express our truths, where we can feel safe to exist in spaces and not have to be concerned about our lives being threatened just because we exist and people have a perspective or perception of us based on ignorance. May we all find ways to uplift each other, empower each other, to teach each other, to see the best in one another and correct the things that aren't the best, and do so in love and honesty and transparency. when we bring in an era of honesty where we can say things directly and be forthright about what we feel and not to be rude and not to tear people down, but to be honest and tell people what needs to be said so we can all do the work that we need to do. There's no way we can get better if nobody knows what the issues are. And we're too sensitive, we're too defensive, we're too combative to hear the truth. Despite these things, I believe God has the best in mind for us. And I truly believe He will make a way out of nowhere and bring us all to glory on a path of righteousness. As I like to say, I hope in this live stream, I hope with my music, I hope with my words, I hope with this prayer to continue to be a person on this planet that can build blessings and break curses for the good of all and the harm to none. So it is, so it will be. Gratitude for what's been. Amen. Amen. Ashe. Thank you guys. I hope you enjoyed this live stream. Please support the music. Breaking Out the House will be coming out soon. We're in the mixing stage right now, but the demo is available on SoundCloud. So check out Breaking Out the House and Correspondence on my SoundCloud. Links are in the description if you're watching on YouTube, and links are in the panels if you're watching on Kick. And if you're watching on The Truman Show, just search unblock and search Nerisse and support your girl because you know you want to anyway. Even if you don't like me, you like to stay posted on what I'm doing. So you might as well just follow me because you really do love me. And I love y'all too. Much love. Have a good rest of your night. And I will see you all later.